track already. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a really nice round of applause for all of our competitors? Gentlemen, you'll be set for play. Good luck in the bowling.
Good afternoon from the Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley in Green Bay, Wisconsin, ready to get started with our match for the top seed in the stepladder finals here at the USBC Senior Masters. Pete Weber taking on Brian Voss. The winner of this 3-game total pinfall match will earn the top seed for the stepladder tomorrow afternoon, starting at noon Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. Weber fresh off an 8:22 series in his win against Walter Ray Williams Jr. in the last round. And Voss has been rolling along through match play, both players undefeated in match play thus far. Voss misses the 4-pin. Taking a look at the brackets, Pete Weber, his undefeated trek through the bracket. 664, 650, 701, 731, and 822 in his wins. Brian Voss, meanwhile, 694, 711, 698, 745, and 678. So it has been a pretty strong road to this final match for both players. There are a couple of 4 other matches going on right now in the elimination bracket, as we are still winding down the elimination portion of the bracket to get to our elimination finale tonight. Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Sam Lanto are locked into that elimination finale match where the final 4 players in the elimination bracket will bowl for 3 spots on the show tomorrow. Yeah, there is one more round of elimination matches before that elimination finale, and that'll be coming up next. Pete Weber off to a hot start. This pair is fresh. And Pete bowled 822 on the fresh last round. Back-to-back-to-back strikes for Weber to start this match against Voss. You can follow the live scoring to see the frame-by-frame for any of the matches currently in progress. As Voss steps up. Finally a strike on the board for Voss. Brian Voss, a double. Both these players already on the show tomorrow. Just a matter of whether they will be seated first or second. Pete Weber, top qualifier, led all 3 rounds of qualifying this week. He also led all 3 rounds of qualifying at the Masters back in February and finished 3rd in that tournament, looking to earn the top seed here today for the finals tomorrow here at the senior version of the Masters. That one he wheels right, leaves the 2-4-8-10.
A couple very profitable chips to Green Bay for Mr. Weber.
Pete definitely likes this bowling center, likes the way it feels, and has had pretty good looks in both tournaments. Let's see if he gives this split a run. Like to hook it at it, just does miss it. If he'd have caught a piece of that 2-pin, probably would have had a chance to make it. Still leads by 3. Weber trying to get back on track. And he does not. A 4-6 split. Back-to-back opens for Pete Weber, who's given Brian Voss the lead, sitting on the bench. Shot by Voss. The excellent ball reaction we've seen out of him all day today and yesterday here in match play. Voss with 4 strikes in a row. As he pushes his lead to 28 pins after 5.5 frames. going to be a great stepladder tomorrow. We know for sure that Brian Voss and Pete Weber are going to be on. 3 slots still available to be determined tonight here live on Bowl TV. Pete will take it to double, cuts the deficit down to 18. Other elimination, or I should say other matches going on. This is the winner's bracket finale, but there are some other elimination matches going on right now. Michael Karch against Amleto Monticelli. Jerry Bernetti Jr. against Mike Edwards. Lenny Borsch against Bob Learn Jr., Rick Steelsmith against Harry Sullins. And those players, the winners of those matches, will meet up in the next round. And that will be the final round before our elimination finale. Voss strikes again. Voss back up by 28 pins after 7 frames. That one got away from Brian. Through the face, big 4. So that'll keep things nice and close here in game 1. With a wicked 10-pin. Spare here, only down 11. Pete with 300, 822 in the last round. If you'd like to see the video of that 300 game. Expertly shot by Matt Cannizzaro. You can go to our USBC Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC.
Pretty challenging pattern this week here in Green Bay, 40 feet. If you want to take a look at that, you can visit bowl.com/Senior Masters. And only 2 300s this whole entire week. So many games bowled. 194 competitors bowled 15 games apiece in a 64-player bracket. Robert Brown from Cody, Wyoming with the other 300 of the week. A pair of 299s and a couple other close calls. But that was it, and Pete picking the right time to do that, guaranteeing himself a place now in the top 2 and on that stepladder coming up tomorrow at noon Eastern.
Voss had a 290 game earlier today. Started a match with 290. So he's had a big game as well. Right now, Voss up 11.
Very important to point out too, Lucas, again, Pete Weber dominated all week in qualifying, the #1 qualifier and rolling through match play. Brian Voss sneaking in, and now bowling incredible today.
You always like when you see the player who dominated in qualifying make the show. Pete certainly has deserved it this week. He has bowled very well. And Brian, sounds like he struggled at times in qualifying, but got it together at the right time. And really has been in his element over the past 2 days in match play. Voss gets the first one in the 10th. He will be in the 220s if he strikes out. 221 to be exact is his max score. And Weber can strike out for 220. So he could have a pretty close game, a pretty close match after game 1.
People want to be entertained. This is a terrific match of two legends of the game. It's like watching ESPN Classic, but with even better commentary.
And we will see these guys tomorrow as well in the stepladder finals at noon Eastern time here on Bowl TV. This is game 1 and 3-game total pinfall match. Brian Voss closing out this first game. A strike on the fill for 221. Guarantees himself the lead, even if it's only by a pin, going into game number 2. Well, Pete had a chance to pull within a pin. Instead, he'll have a nasty looking little split to shoot to just get to 200. That is the 3-4-6-10. Makeable if you can hit the right side of the 3 pin, slide it over into the 4. You can convert this split. Let's see if Pete gives it a run. No problem. As you would expect from PDW. He cleans up the mess. Not happy about it, though. Gave away a lot of pins right there in the 10th frame. And he'll be down 21 with a strike on the fill.
So, Lucas, a new twist in the USBC Senior Masters this year that we have not mentioned.
That's true, and that makes this match even more important.
Again, the winner of this match will be the #1 seed for the stepladder tomorrow. And with the new format, the #1 seed must be beaten twice in the stepladder. So a true double elimination match play bracket now here with Bowl TV coverage start to finish.
And that rule is only in effect when there is no television finals. If, for example, at the Masters, if it's live TV or if it's just TV, that rule does not take place. It's only when there is no TV that will be in effect. And that's the case this week. Bowl TV is online TV, but not real TV. We don't have any time constraints like they do on ESPN.
Well,
we're just happy when everything works, knock on wood.
So as you mentioned, this match even more important than as whoever wins this 3-game match right now will have to be beaten 2 times tomorrow. So always keeping our fans on their toes.
Voss starts off with a split. Considering the big numbers these guys have put up leading up to this match, kind of surprising that it's not higher scoring thus far.
Now, Lucas, I did step away. Did they oil the pair for this match, or is this
No, it was already fresh.
already okay?
It
So
had not been used. But they will use the same pair for the elimination finale tonight, and they will re-oil it before we have that match. I believe all of the matches... Oh, no, they won't. The next round will be on burn, I believe. Yeah, the next round in the elimination bracket will be on the burn. By the way, the stepladder tomorrow is still a traditional stepladder, 1-game matches, but the undefeated player, top seed, must be beaten twice in the championship match in this double elimination format. Weber a chance to pull within 10 with a strike here. It's a double. Pete is within 10 sticks now.
Lucas, updating some of our other matches. Bob Learn and Lenny Boris Jr. Bob Learn up 233-200 in the opening game. Then Emleto Monticelli and Mike Karch are wrapping things up. And it looks like it's going to be Emleto leading 205 to 192. Down on our right side, Steelsmith and Sullins, 191-181, Steelsmith advantage.
Another split for Brian Voss.
And our final match, Mike Edwards and Jerry Brunetti, the lefty, the lone lefty in the field still, 213-168, Edwards advantage. And Voss back-to-back splits here in our featured pair.
4-6-7, and he will now trail in this match after back-to-back opens to start game 2.
So Voss with the spare on the board now. Trailing Weber here in game 2.
Certain that Weber will try to step up here and take advantage of the misfortune by Brian Voss. As Weber working on a double now, leading in the match. Messenger slaps out the 10. That makes Pete kind of happy. Want to say hello to Tracy, who's watching back home. Pete said she was finally able to get the stream up and running, so Thanks for tuning in, Tracy. Hope you're doing well. And we hope you'll tune in tomorrow for the stepladder finals at noon Eastern time here on Bowl TV. All right, Pete Weber, front three. Up by 21. Comes up light. Nothing tickles the 2. So Pete's still up by 20 with the spare. Well, Pete slowing down a little bit will help Voss to try to get back in this match, down by 20. As we're in the 4th frame of game 2. Pretty good looking shot. Brian Voss gets away with a little bit of a high shot. And he's talking to himself as he walks off the approach. I guess trying to remember where he's going to stand on each lane and where he's going to throw it. But it looked like he was having a nice conversation with himself.
Heard he's a nice guy to talk to. I guess he would agree.
Pete Weber, 5th frame. Now only leading by 10. Got it way right. I think he'll probably be pretty happy with just the 2 on that shot. Given the last time he leaked it right on that lane, he 2-4-8-10. Weber still clinging to a 9-pin lead as we reach the halfway point of the match. 15 frames completed, 15 frames to go. And Pete Weber up by less than a mark. This is the match for the top seed for the stepladder finals tomorrow. Better shot out of Pete. A little high flush strike to start off the back half of the match.
These guys don't mess around at all. Just looking around at Pete Weber's last 2 matches, obviously he threw a lot of strikes, but you know, they're up there ready to go. And first one's done. Nothing to think about at this point. They know what they're doing. Just get up there and throw good shots. They've done it all week long. A lot of games.
Voss standing pretty far left, almost nudged up against the ball return. Does drift a little bit right. Gets another strike. It's been a pretty subdued top seed match so far. I would imagine we might start to see some fireworks come out if it stays close.
So nobody really dominating or stringing strikes here. Not too much to get excited about, though. I think these guys know enough that gotta stay composed. And
that was a lead change, by the way. Voss takes the lead by 1 with that strike. The strings of strikes have been important this week. Voss trying to keep his going here. He didn't throw that one very well. Got it left off his hand. Never really had a chance. And he's talking to himself again. Voss almost throws a little bit of a backup ball at the spare. Kind of a knuckleball. It's going to give Weber a chance here to step up and put a double on the board. Very close match so far. And Weber gets the double. He is now up by 11. Remember, it's 3 games total pins to determine the winner. Runs high on Pete, leaves 3-6-10. Eight-pin deficit for Brian Voss, 8th frame. It's a pretty good shot. Oof. Looked good off his hand. Maybe it went a little high. Ball sailed past the 9-pin. And he'll be shooting the spare. Got it right and pushed it down the lane and never really had a chance to get back to the strike zone. I think, Matt, you probably saw the same thing I did.
Yeah, just pitched it out there and a little bit of hang to the right this week. And saw a lot of 2-8-10s and 2-4-8-10s. If you miss in, very easy, big 4. That's what sport bowling's all about. You gotta make good shots. Definitely not rewarded for the bad ones. Sometimes you get a break.
And now Weber's up by 23, thanks to that open by Voss. Pete can still get to 245 this game. Voss only 191. PDW with a double. Pushes the lead into the 30s.
These guys can look at a scoreboard and know when it's time to show some of that fire we talked about.
Pete definitely taking advantage of that open by Voss in the 9th. Six pin just kind of real lazy around the 10 and didn't take it out. It's going to put Pete at 234 with the spare.
Did he say, "Don't put your towel on my ball"?
I wasn't going to go there. Brian's towel was down on the ball return, and Pete picked it up and kind of gracefully put it on the scoring unit. As we know from the Masters in February, Pete does not like when somebody's towel is on his bowling ball. Voss can strike out and at least keep it relatively close going into the last game. Pete sitting at plus 34. Brian strikes out. He will be at plus 12.
But it has been fun getting to chat with Pete every day this week for some interviews and a little bit of insight. I'm glad we typically only get to talk to the bowlers after they bowl well.
Exactly. We get to hear from them when they are quite happy rather than disappointed.
That's the difference between being the PR guy and the tournament director.
That's exactly right.
Chat with Leto a little bit as well. And we saw him learn a valuable reminder today. As Lucas posted earlier, missing a 10 pin to get sent to the elimination bracket.
Leto still trying to hang on in the elimination bracket. He is bowling his first match since missing that 10 pin to lose.
On his way to a lead over Mike Karch, one pair to our left.
Weber up 24 going into our final game. He was down 21, and he flips it to go up 24. For the game left in our match for the top seed for the stepladder finals tomorrow, Weber versus Voss. They're both going to be on the show. But a distinct advantage this year to being the top seed because you have to be beaten twice in the stepladder to lose the title. Voss pitches that one right. Leaves the 8-pin. He will quickly step up with his bowling ball before pin is even set back down to shoot the spare. Good shot from Brian Voss, one of the best shots he's thrown in a while on that left lane. Weber's still up by 24. Push it to 34 with a strike here for the double. But it'll stay at 24 with the spare, allowing things to stay pretty close, only about a 2-mark difference between the two players with 8 frames to go, long ways left in the match. We still have more bowling coming up for you today. We'll have an elimination round next, and then our final elimination match after that one. Looks like they're both taking a bathroom break at the same time. Well, that's interesting. Usually you don't see both players leave at the same time.
Is it halftime?
Abandon their match.
This is what commercial breaks are for. See, the benefits of real TV.
That is strange. I've never seen that one. I don't know. Pete looked like Pete walked back toward the bathroom, and Brian's like, I got to go too, and he went along. Maybe he was going to throw some water on the floor and hope that Pete steps in it or something. I don't know. We'll see.
It's gone from a singles competition to a team event.
Yeah. So we'll have bowling again as soon as they decide to come back on the lanes. Well,
they're not wearing wireless mics, so that's a plus.
That is true.
That would be a live stream. Here they come.
Yeah, that was fast.
Seasoned veterans.
All right, so we're ready to resume after our intermission. As Voss carefully plotting out his next shot. It's an important one. He's down by 24. If he strikes here, he's only down 14. a good shot. Oh my goodness, another 9-pin. I think I heard Voss say another half. Probably needs to move a little bit more left. He's left a couple 9-pins on that lane that have been pretty tough. There's a bug now on the approach that is unfortunately feeling the wrath of Brian Voss after that 9-pin. He kicks it off. He did his best to not kill it, so that was at least nice of him. But still a 24-pin deficit, 7 frames left for Brian Voss.
So Lucas not 100% sure what ball he's throwing here, but it looks like he's throwing a different one on each lane.
I was thinking that too. It looked like he was.
He just picked one up and looked at it and put it back down, picked up the exact same ball, but probably a different layout or surface, and much better result, certainly.
Well, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble if Pete throws a couple of strikes here. Pete up 24. He strikes in the third or the fourth and the fifth. He's going to go up by 44 pretty quick with half the game left. Oh my goodness. Oh, Pete struck, but I wonder if he stepped in something when he went to the bathroom. I don't know. Pete Weber showing the importance of a shoe cover when you go to the bathroom when you're bowling. He may have just stuck a little bit. I don't know if he actually stepped in water or any other substance when he took that break a few minutes ago, but that looked a little better. And instead, a 4-6-7 split. Well, that changes things a little bit. Open frame for Weber in the fifth. That will keep things much closer. Now Voss only down 19, and it'll be 9 if he strikes. Light hit doesn't go, so the high hit won't carry, the light hit won't carry. Voss has got to find a way to get in somewhere in between there. As he's shooting another spare on that right lane again. Missed opportunity there for Voss to get within single digits. Half a frame to go, or sorry, half a game to go. 5 frames left between Voss and Weber for the top seed for our stepladder finals here at the USBC Senior Masters. He's asking an awful lot out of that ball to come back to strike. This ball really laboring down the lane. Voss down 20. His ball reaction not as good as we have seen in his previous matches. Nor is it for Pete either.
I feel like Voss is pretty far left on the left lane, at least from this angle. Again, possibly even throwing 2 different balls and 2 different looks, but in fact, he cannot leak it right even a little bit there on the left lane, as we've seen multiple times already.
Weber gets the pin to fly across for the strike. He won't get it too excited because it's only 1 strike. It's not a string. But he still leads by 20 pins with 4 frames left. Chance to push it to 30 with another strike. You might see him get a little excited if he feels it off his hand, and it feels pretty good on this shot. We'll see what happens. Pete can't get the carry. Thought he threw it pretty good, he said.
Well, last one he got a little bit left and went through the face. Very touchy left lane.
And this is our TV pair for tomorrow, too. Our stepladder pair.
The good news for Pete is that he does not have to finish on the left.
That is true.
However, that is now bad news for Voss.
They both have struggled a bit on that left lane.
Voss does not have any room to give any pins away.
Yeah, Voss has got to find a way to put a couple of strikes on the board here, 7th and 8th frames. He's down by 20 with only 3.5 to go. Brian Voss, high, leaves the 4. They are using a lot of brain power in this match, that's for sure. A lot of thinking going on between the 2 players, trying to figure this out. Three frames left. Voss down 21.
Got to figure out this left lane right here.
He's trying to come up with a game plan here on this left lane, which got to find a way to strike. Both the left and the right lane this game. His carry has not been that good. And it's really hard to make some sort of a significant move with only 3 frames left in a match.
Well, he's been light on this lane, so it's not even a carry issue so much as getting the ball to hit the pocket solid. Definitely taking some time to think through it. A lot on the line. He's even farther left now.
Yeah, you can see him almost off the picture now. You see just how far left he's standing. Critical shot. Threw that one pretty soft and nice and gets the strike.
So good foundation there as he'll finish on that lane. One of our other matches right now, Rick Steelsmith and Harry Sullins has concluded. Steelsmith 682, Sullins 620. So Steelsmith 1 match away from that elimination.
Sullins is eliminated.
Yes, sir.
Here's Weber, 8th frame. Gets the strike. We might see him release some emotion if he can find a way to strike on this left lane. 2 frames to go. Weber up 21. If he doesn't strike here, Voss will have the chance to put all kinds of pressure on him for the 10th frame. Oh, there it is. Pete slaps it out. That is a huge, huge double for Pete Weber.
Tell your friends, folks. It's coming down to quite the 10th frame here. 2 legends battling for the #1 spot at the USBC Senior Masters. hard to say it gets much better than this if you're a bowling fan.
And that strike by Weber forces Voss to strike here. If he doesn't strike here, this match is over. Voss goes high, leaves the 4-pin. And it looks like Voss most likely is going to be your number 2 seed for the stepladder tomorrow. Pete Weber will earn the number 1 seed.
Well, Pete Weber has bowled 3 Senior Masters now. Finished first in 2013. His name is on a banner. One pair to our left. And last year finished 4th. Pretty good run in the Senior Masters, and of course at the Masters here in February. Led throughout qualifying, finished 3rd.
And regardless of what Voss does here in the 10th frame, Weber does not need a mark in the 10th frame. Just count, basically, is enough. Good count. Make sure, we got over 1,000 viewers once again. Thank you very much for tuning in, and make sure you tune in tomorrow for the stepladder finals, starting at noon Eastern time here on Bowl TV. We do still have 2 more rounds to go tonight, however. Next round scheduled to start at 5 Central. It may start a little earlier than that if the players are ready to go. 5 Central, that is. And of course, Voss finding a way to strike now that the match is pretty much over. You always strike at this point.
Lucas down on the high end. Mike Edwards defeats Jerry Brunetti, 642 to 545.
So Brunetti is eliminated. Still 2 other matches going on to our left. Looks like Amleto Monticelli might be in a little bit of trouble against Mike Karch.
Down on the far side, Boris, I believe, is having a Game 3 comeback and on his way to making up a 27-pin deficit. They're going in the 10th frame now against Bob Learn.
9 out here for Weber would be 192. That would put him at plus 26. Voss was at plus 18. So a good count here is what Weber needs. Gets the strike, and Pete Weber will be your number 1 seed for the stepladder finals tomorrow here live on Bowl TV at the Senior Masters. He will need to be beaten twice in the stepladder. A huge win, adding even more significance to this top seed match, as Weber, top qualifier all week long, and now top seed for the stepladder. Not too often you see that in this format. So congratulations to Pete Weber. He's got 1 more shot to go. We'll see him and Brian Voss both on the show tomorrow. Pete Weber, the number 1 seed. Brian Voss, the number 2 seed. The numbers 3, 4, and 5 seeds to be determined this evening here on Bowl TV. Looks like Karch will defeat Monticelli. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt. I'm trying to read the score. I could be wrong. Maybe not over yet. See if Matt can do the math real quick. 659 to 618, Pete Weber wins against Brian Voss.
Monticelli was up 24 coming into this game, and he still has a chance here.
Does he?
He can shoot 217. Karch shoots 237. Karch at 631, and Monticelli can shoot 635.
So tell me exactly again what Monticelli needs.
He's gonna need a double.
See if we can show it to you here, guys. So Monticelli needing a double.
That's the first one.
So Monticelli still with a chance here to take the win against Mike Karch. He'll need a strike, and we'll just need count, Matt.
Yes, sir. Again, Karch finishes with 631, and Monticelli can get to 635.
There you go. Monticelli rebounding after that tough finish to the last match, last round, where he missed the 10-pin to lose, and now coming up in the clutch here in the 10th frame. Just needing, sounds like 7 pins here. And Amleto gets 8 and picks up the win.
$633 to 631. Amleto eliminates Mike Karch and lives to see another round. Amleto will take on Mike Edwards. And let's check on our final match down on the far end there, Mr. Wiseman. Lenny Borsch, 606. Bob Learn Jr., 594.
So Bob Learn is knocked out of the tournament.
So it's going to be Monticelli and Edwards, Borsch and Steelsmith. Coming up in our next round, the 2 winners will advance to the 4-player shootout and join Walter A. Williams Jr. and Sam Lanto. 4 players will battle for 3 spots on the step ladder. We'll have that coming up soon, shortly. Next match.
Give Pete the headset here real quick and talk to him for a moment. See if I can get the camera on. Everybody wants to see Pete Weber here. There he is. Well, Pete, you kind of ran the table there. You made it through qualifying as the top seed, and it's pretty unusual for the top seed to go undefeated all the way through the bracket. You had to feel pretty good about how you performed over the last couple of days here at match play.
Well, I've been really happy with the way I've bowled. I mean, I feel like I'm throwing the ball really good. I feel solid at the foul line, and you know, I just feel really good about the way I've been bowling.
Pretty important to win that match right there. They've changed the format now where the top seed has to be beaten twice in the stepladder when it's not on TV. So I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yes, we were aware of it this week because I've been saying that for 20 years.
So that added some even more significance to that match against Brian, right?
Well, yes, it did. I mean, you always want to be the leader, and then when you know you have to be beat twice, you know, that gives you that little extra boost too. But you know, it's tomorrow's a different day, and you never know what's going to happen. But I'm very positive about it, and I'm looking forward to it.
Did you find that your look was pretty similar from qualifying to match play, or did they play a little bit different for you, pair to pair?
Well, every pair was a little bit different. Yesterday they kind of hooked a little bit more at the beginning, and then they got tighter as the day went on. And today the same thing. They were a lot of hook, and then they got real tight. And you know, as you saw there, it was just if I got the ball too far to the right, it wasn't making it back. To where other pairs, I got the ball that far to the right, and it was 10 in the pit. So you know, it's just got to take the good with the bad, and use my knowledge to know what's going on.
All right, Pete. Good luck tomorrow on the stepladder, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys very much.
Pete Weber, top seed for the stepladder finals here at the USBC Senior Masters. We've got 2 more rounds to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be getting our camera set up for the next round coming up here in just a few minutes, live on Bowl TV.
tell me you guys are holding each other. Okay, good.
Well, see, Matt was gonna start selling some.
Okay, once lanes come on, you'll be set for 10 minutes of practice.
I don't think you want us on there. I give you the lady's personal cell phone. You can call her and yell at her. Fire it? Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a real big round of applause for these gentlemen who have been grinding away since 9 o'clock this morning in an attempt to make the television show. Some fantastic bowling we've seen all day. I'm sure we're going to see more in these last 2 matches. Gentlemen, your arrows appear to be set to start. Good luck with the bowling.
Got a couple of elimination matches for you in this round here at the USBC Senior Masters at the Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Amleto Monticelli against Mike Edwards. And the other match, Rick Steelsmith against Lenny Borsch. So Amleto will start things off. Perfect start for Amleto over to Borsch as he gets things started in his elimination match with Rick Steelsmith. The winners in this round will advance into our elimination finale match, where Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Sam Lanto are waiting. Those 4 bowlers who remain in the elimination match will bowl 3 games, with the top 3 scores advancing to the stepladder finals. Steelsmith with a double to start. Edwards, spare strike. Pete Weber has earned the number 1 seed for the stepladder finals. Brian Voss, the number 2 seed. And we still have a couple of more rounds here to determine who will join them on the show tomorrow, live on Bowl TV at noon Eastern Time. Pretty quiet in here right now at the Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley. Still settling into these matches. Only 2 matches going on. Steelsmith up by 10 very early after 2.5 frames on Lenny Borsch. Looks like Amleto is going to go first. Steelsmith got another one. He's at the front 3 now. And a 20-pin lead on Borsch. Rick Steelsmith is perfect so far to start. He had a Brooklyn in his first frame. Trying to push it to the front 4 here against Lenny Borsch. And goes a little bit high, leaves the 6-10. Edwards with an early double against Monticelli. Edwards with his 3rd consecutive strike as he leads by 21. Over to Amleto, 4th frame. Lenny with a little love on the 10 for the double. As he pulls to within 8. 3-game total pinfall matches to determine the winners. Oof. And Leto whiffs the 10-pin. A familiar sight, unfortunately, if you watched this earlier today. Steelsmith now finds himself down a couple of pins here. As he rolls the 2 for the strike in the 5th. Back over to Mike Edwards, looking to take advantage of the open frame by Amleto Monticelli. And just like that, Steelsmith snags the lead back. Oh my, blowout 7-10 for Lenny Borsch in the 7th. Monticelli trying to rebound after that open. Gets the strike. Hey, a few people actually clapped. It's been awfully quiet in here. People seem a little timid. Don't want it to break the silence. Leto posted it up a little bit. Wonder if he thought it was a good shot. Comes up light, leaves the 2-8. Sorry, the 2-10. Back-to-back opens on that left lane for Monticelli. He only has 115 in the 7th now. Big-time opportunity here for Mike Edwards to build on his lead. final elimination match coming up next will feature Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Sam Lanto for sure. And the winners of these two matches, all 4 players on the same pair, bowling 3 games for 3 spots in the stepladder finals. Edwards covers it up, and he is up by 42 after 7.5 frames. Borsch down by 21. 2-4-5 is the leave. Well, Lenny almost 7-10 again on that left lane for the second consecutive shot. Got the 10 out a little bit late. He still trails by 22. Amleto just missed an easy spare. Missed the 3-6. He's got 143 in the 9th. Check back in with that match in a moment. You can see the scoreboard there, Monticelli. Really struggling on that left lane. Got a pin rolling toward it. Doesn't take it out though. Rolled in front of it. Mike Edwards with a strike first shot in the 10th. He can get to 226. Best that Amleto can shoot is 173. 10th frame for Steel Smith, up by 21. Back-to-back strikes in the 10th frame for Mike Edwards. Puts him in the 220s. Steelsmith going to the bag for a different ball for the fill. As you see very frequently when players get a fill ball in the 10th, they always are looking for a little bit better look than they already have. It's a pretty good look right there. 235 for Steelsmith. And you see we'll have the lead by at least 21 pins going into game 2. So Amuleto trying to get a double in the 10th. Limit the damage the best he can. He does not get the strike, and he's going to be down by 62 after the first game. Lenny trips out the 4. He can get to 214 this game. Borsch gets the double. And a strike on the fill, and he will be down 21 with 2 games to go in the match. It looks like Borsch also going to take the opportunity to throw a different ball here on the fill. A very important lesson for those of you out there who are going to be bowling in tournaments or already do bowl in tournaments. That fill ball is a good opportunity to gather some information and try out a different bowling ball without losing too much in terms of count or pinfall. 214 for Lenny. And Steelsmith leads by 21 pins after game 1. Leto with a 5-pin. This left lane is what has caused Amleto a lot of trouble. He's got to get it figured out pretty quickly. Maybe that'll be a good start for him to string some strikes together here. Edwards with the spare, still up by 62 against Amleto Monticelli. Amleto, though, working on a strike, a chance to put a double on the board and start to eat away at that deficit. One frame at a time. He can cut it down to 52 with a strike right here in the third frame of game number 2. That's exactly what he does. Amleto now down by 52 and starting to chip away at the lead that Edwards has after game 1. Three in a row for Amleto. Looks like he's finally got that left lane figured out, and now he's only down by 42. Lenny with a double. He's down by 10. Steel Smith, 3 single pin spares in a row. Not getting the job done against Borsch here, who's got 3 strikes in a row. As Rick finally gets another strike on the board. Lenny Borsch with the spare as his run of strikes comes to an end. And he trails by just 1 pin now. He did have the lead prior to that, but the 8 count dropped him down by a pin. Here's Edwards with a double. After watching Amleto slowly get back into the match, Edwards has reestablished firm control here as he leads by 53. Over to Lenny Borsch. Three, 6-10. Still a single pin match with Rick Steelsmith. Winners in these matches advance to our elimination finale with Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Sam Lanto. Edwards lucky to break up the split. Leaves the 4 pin in the 7th frame. Steelsmith looking for a double to extend the lead. Pretty good looking shot right there. Steelsmith up 14. Still 14 frames to go in the match. And Leto still down 52 with 13 frames to go in their match. Let's go over to Steelsmith, see if he can continue the string of strikes. And he does. Back-to-back-to-back strikes for Rick Steelsmith. He's back up by 24 pins. And Leto tosses a double back to 42. It's about as close as he's been in this game. Oh, Edwards gets the 9 to go. Pin rolls around on the deck and takes out the 9 pin for the strike for Edwards. Three, 6, 7, 10 split for Lenny Borsch. And he is in serious jeopardy of going down by 50 or 60 pins here in this match in the next few frames if Steelsmith continues to strike. It's a big double for Edwards as he pushes his lead back to 52. Open frame for Borsch. Important for Monticelli to keep striking here. Keep it as close as he can. 4 pin. So another strike for Rick Steelsmith, 4 in a row. The lead continues to grow. Currently sitting at 46 pins. If Rick strikes again here in the 9th, that lead will go to 56 pins. Great shot. 5 in a row for Rick Steelsmith as he is cruising along here in game 2. Both of our matches currently in the 50s with Edwards and Steelsmith leading. Amleto finishes up at 226, and we'll see what Edwards does here in the 10th. He can get to 238 to extend his lead to 74 after 2 games. That's not going to get the job done. So Edwards will settle for a spare in the 10th. And Lenny Borsch, 369.10, in jeopardy of being down by a significant margin after 2 games. Borsch covers up the difficult spare. It's going to be sub 200 this game, though. And Edwards is going to give back a few pins to Monticelli here in game 2. 226 for Monticelli. Edwards 216. So Edwards still leads by 52. Steelsmith can strike out for 258. That would give him an 80-pin lead going into the last game. Messenger didn't even need it. The 6 took it out before the Messenger could even get to it. Over to Edwards as we've started game 3. Both players with a strike to start. It is a 52-pin lead for Mike Edwards with 9 frames to go. Rick Steelsmith looking to close out this game in style. Oh, and a blowout 7-pin ends the string. But still a great game by Steelsmith, and he'll have a nice lead with a game to go. Edwards doesn't appear to be messing around as he pushes his lead back to 62. Steelsmith ahead by 69 pins after 2 games against Borsch. Underway with game 3 in both matches. The winners moving on to bowl in the elimination finale. The losers are knocked out of the tournament. Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Sam Lanto are in that elimination finale match, and that will be next about 20 to 25 minutes after we finish this round. Seven, 10, nope. 7 goes down. A little sigh of relief there for Steelsmith. Doesn't want to give Lenny Borsch any opportunity to make up ground. Well, you can't have bad breaks like that if you want to overcome a 69-pin deficit in one game. As Lenny leaves the solid 9-pin. Edwards trips it out for the strike. He's up by about 60 pins. Lenny Borsch finds a strikeout there in the third. He is down by about 70 pins. Pete Weber is your number 1 seed for the stepladder finals tomorrow. Brian Voss, the number 2 seed. We watched them bowl just a little while ago for that honor of being the top seed. So Pete Weber will need to be beaten twice in the championship match tomorrow. And that will be at noon Eastern time tomorrow here on Bowl TV. Great shot by Steelsmith with a double. Pushes his lead up to 79. Ramletto with a strike, but he's running out of frames. Same could be said about Lenny Borsch, as he is running out of frames as well. No favors there as the spare gets made more difficult with that 6-pin rolling out. Double for Edwards as he extends his lead to 72. Open frame for Borsch, and both these matches starting to look like they're just about finished up, even with a half a game to go. One more round to go tonight. Be sure to stick with us here on Bowl TV as we will determine our other 3 stepladder finalists in our elimination finale next. We'll start about 20 to 25 minutes after we finish here in this round. double for Amleto. Still down by 61 with 4 frames to go. Steel Smith continues to cruise along as he's on his way to the win against Lenny Borsch. Another strike. Amleto holding out hope that Edwards will have a collapse here in the last few frames. Amleto down by 51. Amleto needs a lot of help, though, from Edwards. Doesn't look like he's going to get any help, though. Edwards strikes on his next shot and will just about wrap it up. Well, 7-pin stays up. Keeps hope alive, barely, for Amleto. Magic number for Mike Edwards is 207, even if Amleto struck out. 8th, 9th, and 10th. Mike Edwards only needs 207 to lock up the win, which means he just needs a couple of marks. But you never know, and Amleto keeps striking here. Amleto throws another one. It'll put a small amount of pressure on Edwards to close it out here. Amleto certainly has not given up in this match, despite being down by a significant margin. Gets a strike to keep Edwards honest for the last couple of frames here. Edwards needs 2 marks, the 9th and the 10th, to lock it up. He got very lucky that that 10-pin fell. Otherwise, it would have really changed things dramatically. Needs to make this 4-pin, then any sort of mark in the 10th should be enough. Remember, Edwards' magic number is 207 for the shutout. 9 out here would be 204, so he needs a mark. To advance to the elimination finale, Mike Edwards needs a mark. Oh my goodness, and Edwards through the face. 4-6-7 split, and Amleto Monticelli has a chance to come from behind and steal this match, assuming that Edwards does not make the split. What a dramatic turn of events here. And Edwards takes the 2, shoots 202 to get to 643. And Leto Monticelli will need a double and 7 pins. Double 7, 255 is the number Leto Monticelli needs. Monticelli delivers the first one in the 10th. Just goes to show you, you can never give up in these matches, no matter how far behind you are. Monticelli with 6 strikes in a row. He still needs 1 more and 7 pins for the win. Monticelli gets the strike, shreds the rack, and what a comeback by the Hall of Famer. Incredible. 7 in a row. Looked dead in the water. Trailed by a lot of pins in this match. He was down by more than 70 pins with 6 frames to go. And he's 7 pins away from the win. Monticelli closes it out. What a comeback in this match for him. Leto Monticelli, 646, 643. Monticelli wins. He has been through a range of emotions over these last few matches. We saw him a couple of rounds ago miss a 10-pin to lose. His last round, he threw a double to win. This time, he throws a double in the 10th to win. And what a clutch performance by Monticelli in that last game to come from behind and steal the win from Mike Edwards. Fantastic. Love to see those close matches here on Bold TV. Always tough to see it go against somebody, especially as well as Mike Bold in that match. But Amleto made the big comeback to take the win. And Rick Steelsmith, he is on his way to the win. He is going to be joining Amleto Monticelli, Walter Ray Williams Jr., and Sam Lanto in our elimination finale coming up on lanes 33 and 34 in about 25 minutes or so. great matches we've had today here on Bowl TV for you at the Senior Masters. That's a great thing about this format. You just never know what's going to happen in a 3-game match. Rick Steelsmith bowled a big set against Lenny Borsch to knock Lenny out of the tournament. So we will start back up again in about 25 minutes or so with our next round here on Bowl TV. We'll keep the stream up and running. Knock on wood, hopefully. And we'll be back with you with the start of our final elimination match in about 20 to 25 minutes.
Have a good
All right, it's our final match of the evening, the final elimination match in the elimination portion of the bracket. We've got 4 players battling for 3 spots in the stepladder finals. All 4 bowlers are going to bowl 3 games on the same pair of lanes. The lowest score is knocked out of the tournament. Amleto Monticelli, Rick Steele-Smith bowling in the leadoff positions. Sam Lanto and Walter Ray Williams Jr. bowling in the number 2 spots. They got to pick based on their seating. So we are underway here. Game 1 of 3. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're live at the Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Joined by Matt Cannizzaro for this match. Good evening, Matthew.
Hello, sir.
And we are underway here. These matches have proven over the last few years to be rather exciting, as you've got the 3 players battling for the 3 spots on the show, and we'll explain to you a little bit more detail how that process occurs here. The player in this match with the highest 3-game total will be the number 3 seed in the stepladder finals. The player with the second highest 3-game total will be the number 4 seed. The player with the third highest 3-game total will be the number 5 seed. And the player who has the lowest total will be eliminated. And a good start for all 4 players as they all start with strikes in the first frame. Steele-Smith goes a little high, leaves the 3-6.
Lucas, we've seen all 4 of these players throw a lot of great shots all day today, and some exciting moments, some ups and downs, and so much emotion, and all coming down to this one opportunity. 3 will advance, 1 will go home.
Amleto Monticelli has had a emotional road here the last few rounds. Right here on Bowl TV, we watched him miss a single pin, missed the 10 pin to lose. And then he came back in his next match, doubled in the 10th to win. Match after that, he came from behind by more than 70 pins against Mike Edwards and doubled in the 10th to win that match. Could hear Sam Lanto say, uh-oh, when he let it go.
Lanto was on the receiving end of the Monticelli miscue in the winner's bracket. And Little missed a 10 pin in the 10th frame. Lanto went on to win 607 to 601, only to lose to Voss in the next round, 678 to 566. Voss, of course, went on to bowl Pete Weber for the number 1 seed. Pete won. Pete will be the top seed. Voss number 2. But Lanto now with a chance at redemption here.
So remember, the player with the lowest total will be knocked out after 3 games.
All of these players obviously with the loss along the way. And now in true double elimination. This year's top seed, Pete Weber, must be defeated twice in the stepladder in order to be denied the 2015 title.
Bowling on a fresh pair. They did re-oil this pair a little while ago. Right after that Pete Weber, Brian Voss top seed match, they re-oiled this pair. And Matt, you're right. It was an important win for Pete Weber in that top seed match. Is by earning the top seed, he must be beaten twice tomorrow in the stepladder. Brian Voss, the number 2 seed. And our 3, 4, and 5 seeds will come out of this final match. Walter Ray paralyzes the 5 pin on the double. Right now, Amleto Monticelli is leading this match as he has started with the front 3s. And currently, based on just 3 frames, Sam Lanto is in last position by just a single pin behind Rick Steele-Smith. But a long way to go. We've got 3 full games here.
Also point out Walter Ray, the defending champion here at the Senior Masters.
Walter awfully excited to make that 5 pin. as he waves to the crowd. Walter likes to ham it up a little bit with the crowd sometimes.
Walter also was rolling through the winners brackets until running into Pete Weber, who rolled the second 300 game of the week on the way to an 822 series, guaranteeing himself a spot on the show and giving Walter Ray a little more work to do if he's going to become the first player since Tom Baker in 2007 to win back-to-back Senior Masters titles.
Yeah, Pete Weber really just steamrolled Walter Ray in that match. Went 279, 300, 243, shot 822, and Walter Ray really never had a chance. That 822 by far the highest total we have seen here in match play this week. Monticelli trying to stay perfect. He's kind of like he's had 9 lives here in match play. He's managed to survive the last couple of rounds and taking full advantage of it as he has the front 4 here in our final elimination match.
Lucky to escape from a couple of spare miscues. He had a couple in that match against Edwards as well. Last round, chopped a spare and then missed a single pin. Was fortunate to have the opportunity to double an attempt when Edwards opened. I have a feeling he'd rather not be in that position again. And just go out there and lead this thing and just get it done.
Well, that's the easiest path to the stepladder, is to just put up a big number here and lead this match and not have to worry about it. Walter Ray cleans up the baby split. We've got a good match for you here right now. 4 great players, Monticelli, Lanto, Steelsmith, and Williams, and we hope that you will take a moment to share the link to the live streaming on your Facebook and Twitter. Maybe share the USBC Facebook post or retweet the USBC Twitter account and try to get us as many viewers as possible. And we also hope you'll join us for the stepladder finals tomorrow at noon Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. Monticelli trying to keep it perfect. Wow, he is throwing some very powerful strikes right now. He looks as dialed in as he has been all day. Front 5 now for Monticelli, and leading this match by 30 pins over his closest competitor at this point. Steelsmith working on a double. He splits the 8-9 right in half for 3 in a row.
We mentioned Pete Weber's 822 being the high series of the week by a great distance, I believe.
745. Brian Voss had a 745.
Steelsmith had 750
Okay.
a couple of rounds ago against Brian Goebel. But outside of that, those are the 3 highest that I remember seeing all during match play.
I would agree with that.
Very challenging 40-foot lane condition this week, and you can see that at bowl.com/Senior Masters. All the pretty colors on there and the numbers that get you all the information about what they're facing right now. The invisible defense here at the Schwabenheim Bowling Alley.
Well, right now, Sam Lanto is in last place by 13 pins behind Walter Ray Williams Jr. Lanto, the only player without a double so far in this match. Monticelli trying to keep it perfect. He liked it off his hand. Front 6 for Amleto.
Lucas, I'll say all 4 of these players USBC Hall of Famers, but I think if you ranked them, Sam Lanto, potentially on this type of stage, the least experienced of the group.
Yeah.
He found his way into the Hall of Fame. A little different route, of course. His success at the USBC Open Championships and with Team USA back in the day, but really not a name you've seen necessarily in the big PBA stage, where the rest of these guys have transitioned from as they've become more experienced in life.
And you make a good point, Matt. All 4 of these guys Hall of Famers, as are Weber and Voss. So we are guaranteed to have 5 USBC Hall of Famers in the stepladder finals tomorrow. That's a pretty interesting stat.
Sam Lanto, the newest inductee of the group.
Yeah, was just inducted in April. Walter Ray with a double.
Walter Ray also looking to become the first player to win both the Masters and Senior Masters 2 times apiece. The only other bowler to win both, Dave Sutar, also a Hall of Famer, and rightfully so.
Most bowlers would be happy just to win it once. But most bowlers aren't Walter Ray Williams Jr.
Well, we know when Pete Weber won this event back in 2013, it meant quite a bit to him, especially given the fact that he has not won the regular Masters, kind of the one that's gotten away for him in his career.
Yeah, he was quite emotional when he won 2 years ago. And Amleto now, front 7. He and Steel Smith are stealing the show so far.
Well, the best way to not have to worry about a single pin is to not leave any.
That is true.
And Leto has found the secret.
If you're just joining us, this is our final match in the elimination bracket, the USBC Senior Masters. These 4 players bowling for 3 spots in the stepladder finals. Top 3 3-game scores will advance to the stepladder finals. And right now, Sam Lanto is the odd man out, but we're just in game 1. Lanto gets the strike.
Don't forget, Lucas, Rick Steelsmith won the regular Masters back in 1987 as an amateur, so he's been in this position before. Of course, the format unique with the double elimination and the 3-game matches.
And Rick's bowled pretty well in the Masters as well over the past years. He's come out and bowled that event a number of times and has fared pretty well. A lot of striking going on early in this match. Scores pretty high, with the exception of Lanto.
Lanto staying clean though, staying close.
That's the key. You just can't get too far behind here in this first game.
Seems Lanto playing the lanes a little bit straighter too than the rest.
That's kind of his game. But we'll see how it goes. Like I said, we've got 3 games, and this is just game 1. And things can change relatively quickly in these matches, especially since the lanes will transition a little differently than they have throughout match play. Amleto snaps out the 10, front 8.
Yeah, we bowled 15 games of qualifying this week over 3 days, 5 games a day, 4 on a pair, on most pairs. And then match play, of course, only 2 bowlers on each pair. So again, you mentioned the traffic being a little bit different. The transition here, 4 players who obviously know what they're doing.
And all 4 staying on the same pair for 3 games. This is going to be transition they really haven't seen throughout the tournament. Crossing over is Lanto and leaving the 9-pin.
But as we've seen so many times today, you're never out of it. Eat all you can, and we've seen the look come to you, and we've seen it go away.
Absolutely.
Walter playing relatively straight as well. It's a little more pop on the back end for him, and the result is a 4-bagger here, and 6 out of 8 for the defending champ.
Right now, these guys are leaving Sam Lanto in the dust here in game 1. Monticelli, front 8. Will he keep the string alive? Yes, he will. 9 in a row to start for Amleto Monticelli. What a great performance by Amleto thus far.
Smith back on it. Max score of 259. Great shot there for Lanto. Still hanging in there.
Now's a good time to share the link to the live streaming with Amleto having the front 9. Tell your friends to tune in. Walter Ray. Look at the 8-pin fall, and Walter with some theatrics there.
He almost pulled the string a little too soon on that guy.
Yeah, he did. That 8-pin taunted him for a moment. Steel Smith looking to be in the 250s this game. And Amleto Monticelli stepping up. 10th frame. Front 9 for the Venezuelan. Looks pretty good. Delivers another strike. That was absolutely perfect. And Amleto Monticelli has the front 10. What a spectacular performance by Amleto here to start off our final elimination match at the Senior Masters. And a great performance by Rick Steelsmith here in this opening game, as he is going to be in the 250s. A very high scoring opening game in our final elimination match. Top 3 players advance to the show after 3 games of total pinfall. Monticelli trying to keep it going. Little right. Messenger takes out the 10. And Amleto delights the crowd with the front 11 on a dramatic 11th strike. My goodness.
The crowd goes wild.
That's the loudest I've heard the crowd all day. Steelsmith went to the bag to get a ball for a fact-finding mission here. He gets a strike and strikes out for 259. A great start for him.
Mission accomplished. Another strike.
Amleto taking his time. Monticelli. A shot at perfection. It's good off his hand. And the messenger takes the 10 out. Amleto Monticelli with a 300 game here in our final elimination match at the Senior Masters. Wow, that 10-pin went awfully late. Great game by Amleto, 300. I don't know that we've ever had a 300 in the final elimination match since we switched to this format. Almost positive we haven't. And Amleto Monticelli with the perfect game. Walter Ray asking for help on that one, leaves the 3-6.
Amleto's trying to get his picture on TV, just like Pete Weber today. Some local news.
Sam Lanto trying to hang in there. He's going to be down by a pretty sizable margin here. Walter Ray Williams Jr. with a spare will be in the 240s. Ooh, he just about chopped that one. Lanto comes up light. He's going to be the only player under 200. Walter Ray finishes at 242. A very high-scoring first game. Lanto ends up at 198, and he is in the last place position by 44 pins.
All right, so here we go, getting ready for game number 2 there in the opener. And Leto Monticelli, 300. 2 late messengers take out the 10 pins, dramatic fashion, and some excitement here for the folks at the Schwabenon Bowling Alley. Rick Steelsmith, second place so far, 259. Walter A. Williams Jr., the defending champion here at the USBC Senior Masters, 242. And Sam Lanto with a 198. But folks, it's not over yet. It's a 3-game match here. And of the 4 bowlers, 3 will advance to the stepladder finals. That will be tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern. So again, 4 players remaining here. 3 will join top seed Pete Weber and second seeded Brian Voss in the stepladder finals. So 3 games. Little man is out, finishes 6th at this year's Senior Masters. Steelsmith starts with 259, opens game 2 with a ring 10. He's been throwing the ball terrific all day. Won some big matches. Won some by a whole bunch. And Leto has been making the shots when he needs to. Now he is perfect here. 10 pin goes late again. 13 for 13.
What a
for the
start.
Venezuelan.
Just a dream start for him. Leto, considering how close his matches have been today, he probably relishes the fact to have a little bit of a lead for once in a match. Well, we've got a long way to go.
If he's like any bowler that we know, after missing a couple of key spares today, the first thing he's thinking about is not shooting any spares.
So far, so good. Right now, Sam Lanto is in the dangerous position of being last by 44 after just 1 game. That is a pretty significant deficit. Walter, pretty confident he would have made the 7-10 on that one.
All right, here's Steelsmith. On the right lane here, lane 34. Back on track, and Leto trying to make it 14 for 14 here in the shootout. Danielle D at home going nuts right now. And he does it. No doubt about that one. 10 pin never had a chance. Walter A doing Walter A things. The Sam Lanto still finds himself 44 pins out of the number right now. He is the odd man out in the flat dime on lane 33. Trying to find the right ball and the right angle to keep up with these 3 superstars. Lanto throwing good shots, staying clean, but this match is not about spares. Qualifying, different story. Grind it out. Took minus 38 to make the top 63. That is about a 197 average. But once you get to this point in the event, spares, they'll keep you in it, but strikes will help you win it. And 10 pin, not going to go down this time for Amleto. The streak ends at 14 in a row.
What an impressive way to start this match. 14 strikes in a row, and the 10 pin finally catches up with him. But a great way to put a huge cushion between him and that last place position. Amleto up by more than 110 pins on Lanto for the last spot currently. Pretty good position to be in.
Well, look, it's something we've seen on this pair of lanes, at least throughout match play. With a little bit of traffic, it seems that they get a little bit tighter down lane. So you see we're getting some lazy 10 pins here. And, you know, with the Voss and Weber match, a little bit of hang toward the right. And then if you do that, like Walter Ray, who's left off his hand, definitely not going to hold. So we've seen a lot of 2-8-10s by the right-handers. Come back on the very next shot and go right through the face. Big 4 or 4-6-7, something disastrous. You definitely have to make good shots, and I'm sure the lanes will open up a little bit, as we've seen, but they get a little bit tricky at the same time. Leto finding some of that hang as they start to tighten up a little bit. Leaves another 10 pin. Luckily, not the 2-8-10. The break's definitely on his side here early in this shootout match. He's 112 pins ahead of Lanto at this point. Again, 3 of these 4 players you'll see tomorrow in the stepladder finals here at the Schwabenon Bowling Alley. Steelsmith trips the 4 for 3 in a row.
Steelsmith in pretty good position. Just to recap for you, the low man in the 3-game total is out of the tournament. The other 3 players advance to the stepladder tomorrow to join Pete Weber and Brian Voss. Right now, Sam Lanto is in last place by 46 pins. And I don't envy Sam having to chase down one of these fellow Hall of Famers down by 46 to try to make it in. He's down 46 to Walter A. Williams Jr., by the way.
And that's exactly what we were just talking about. Got them one left a little bit and no hold down lane.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Now, Lucas, in looking at the bracket, Steelsmith lost his 2nd match. Went right to the loser's bracket after that. I believe this is his 10th match. So he's bowled a lot of games over the last couple days in match play, whereas Lanto was able to make it pretty far into the winner's bracket. He bowled 6-16 to defeat William Mueller, 6-72 to defeat Jerry Brunetti, and then Lenny Borsch 6-16 to 6-07, and then squeaked past Monticelli 6-07 to 6-01. So getting the right people at the right time, and Steelsmith bowling well, but having to do a whole lot of work through that loser's bracket.
If you missed that final shot from Amoletto Monticelli shooting a 300 game, you can find it on our USBC Facebook page now, facebook.com/USBC. Do us a favor and share that video. That will help to spread the word about the live streaming as well. And that will also show some players a pretty cool finish to that 300 game for Amoletto, as he had the late messenger to strike. But again, share the post at facebook.com/USBC, the video. of Amleto's final shot. Looks like Sam has moved pretty far right. Gets the strike.
Well, for the other guys, they're creeping left, and you know they're throwing it to the right, and they're getting that hang, and getting that that flat 10 to 8-10 look. It's a little bit tricky. And Sam, you mentioned move right and just stay firm with it, and try to play some of that dry that they perhaps created early on. I think we'll see Walter A take a similar path as well.
Walter Ray just shoving the ball right in there and gets the double. "70 pins is how far Lanto is in the hole behind Walter Ray Williams Jr. As we are halfway through our final elimination match here at the Senior Masters. I don't think that Lanto is going to catch Amleto or Rick. Gotta hope that Walter Ray gives him a little bit of light. That was a beautiful backup ball into the gutter by Walter Ray Williams Jr. to get the dead wood out. Lanto's got a double on the board. Didn't have so many of those first game. Walter Ray looking to put a triple and leaves the 10 pin. As we are closing out the 6th frame here in our final elimination match. Walter Ray knocks the pin out. We see that a lot here. A lot of pins pop out from the deck, and they'll have to toss another ball down there to clear it out. But in the meantime, Steelsmith is going to go ahead and step up and throw his 7th frame shot. Oh, wow. He just slapped that 9 pin silly. Right now, the positioning in terms of score, Monticelli leading, Steelsmith 2nd, Williams 3rd, Lanto 4th. Oh, blowout, 7-10 for Amleto. It looked like he got it a little right. He looked like he wasn't terribly surprised that it didn't strike. We've seen a lot of pins pop out here. Let's see if Amleto can pop it out. Nope. So an open frame, first open of the match for Monticelli.
So this move right for Lanto, definitely paying off so far with the double.
He gets another one, 3 in a
Light
row.
mixer. Yeah, still seeing a little bit of hang out there to the right though. Just gotta maybe creep a couple more boards, but 3 in a row definitely helps keep him in this match.
And I believe that if my math is right, Steelsmith has pulled to within 16 pins of Amuleto with that open. So that number 3 seed up for grabs. Pete Weber and Brian Voss already in the stepladder as the number 1 and number 2 seeds. 3, 4, and 5 determined in this match based on pinfall for 3 games. Steelsmith continues to strike as he pulls to within just a few pins of Amuleto. He has bowled really well so far in this match. 259 first game for Steelsmith. Lanto finally's got it going on here, 4 in a row. He's got to keep striking a lot in the next 12 frames. Stepladder finals are at noon tomorrow, Eastern time here on Bowl TV. Walter Ray with a bucket on a strike, doesn't lose any count.
Walter Ray's having flashbacks to 2014, looking at that bucket.
He did collapse the bucket last year to win the title in Las Vegas. It was a memorable moment on Bowl TV. Fortunately for him, he actually didn't have to look at the bucket too long because it fell pretty quick. Walter Ray covers it up. Well, every time Walter Ray doesn't strike and Sam Lanto adds to his string, it gets closer and closer. And we have seen too many people come back from big deficits to count anybody out in these matches.
Sam Lanto's been around for a very long time, bowled with Team USA, has international experience and medals, and of course Open Championship success, and he's been a USBC board member and has done great things in the state of Minnesota.
He's not going to go away without a fight, for sure. Monticelli, 9th frame. Amuleto getting a little excited. Pretty important to get that number 3 seed. One less match to bowl on the way up the step ladder. Walter Ray, that looks a little high, and he trips out the 4.
The high hard one.
That's what he's doing.
Flirting with that high flush hit, and luckily hasn't left the split yet.
Closing out the 9th frame, Sam Lanto, that looks way right. Yeah, that never really had a chance to get back to the pocket. He leaves the 1-2-8. That kind of hurts. He had an opportunity to make up some more ground on Walter Ray right there, and with a spare, he will still trail Walter Ray by 42 for the last spot with 11 frames to go. And that is a miserable spare to shoot, that 1-2-8. It can be missed so many different ways.
Well, with all these players starting a little bit farther left too, they didn't burn up that outside part of the lane necessarily, so definitely can't lose it at the bottom of the swing at all.
No, or miss right in
Or miss
combination
right.
with that. Amuleto trying to close out game 2 here in style. He's got such a powerful ball. That ball hits so hard. That is 3 in a row for Amuleto. I don't think he realizes it's the 10th frame. Amleto had no idea it was the 10th frame. He's so into it. Shows you he's not really scoreboard watching. He's just trying to make good shots.
Well, when you shoot 300 and nobody else does, you feel a little bit more comfortable that you're probably the leader.
Yep. He can go 234 this game. Steel Smith can go 236, so Amleto will still have about a 40 pin lead on Steel Smith for the number 3 seed. It'll be in the 30s now, most likely. Please be sure to join us for the Stepladder Finals tomorrow at noon Eastern Time here on Bowl TV. We would appreciate you spending some time with us tomorrow afternoon. And if you can't join us live, you can watch it on demand on Bowl TV after the fact.
Steel Smith slaps out the 10 for 236. And Leto 223. Lanto. Flat 10. Much better shot there. But just the angle. Not quite enough.
Lanto's going to be right around 210 this game. Walter Ray can strike out for 229. Oh, he is flirting with disaster, isn't he? He's really just, as you said, Matt, throwing the high hard one in there, really trying to take the lane out of play. And he is, so far, been able to get away with it, but needs to be careful. He will actually expand his lead on Lanto this game, as it will be in the 50s going into the last game.
Hard to tell if these are not good shots, or in that case, I believe it's the lane telling him it is time to do something different.
Yeah, I don't believe that was a good shot though, right there. 369.10. Really, he doesn't need to try to do too much. He just has to stay ahead of Lanto. Lanto only 198 and 210.
Well, this game, Walter will give back at least one pin. Came in 44 ahead of Lanto. So a little bit of breathing room going into the final game, game 3.
So we'll recap for you here where we stand as we finish this game. Monticelli leads at 523. Steel Smith 28 pins back at 495. Walter Ray Williams Jr. is third at 456. And Sam Lanto is last at 408. So Lanto outside of the show by 48 pins currently. It's still kind of up for grabs. Who will finish third, fourth, and fifth for the seeding purposes.
Yeah, I totally just didn't look up and see Walter's first strike and said it like I knew what I was talking about. But I was off by a mark there, so he actually extended his lead over Lanto
slightly.
Here. So again, 48 pins.
He added 4 pins to it, so it was 44 going in.
I think Lanto has the safest route to the pocket at this point. If he can make sure to catch it at the bottom and get it going in the right direction. Definitely getting it going right is not going to make the turn. So Walter Ray moving a little bit right as well.
Seems to be a little safer, at least, in terms of not going high. Lanto needs a big game. I have a feeling he's going to need to shoot probably 260 here to make a run at this thing.
Lanto got that one left off his hand. Not sure if that was intentional or not. Trying something different, but
Sure doesn't look like he has 260 ball reaction. Walter Ray needs to put a piece of tape in the ball, so he has to go find his reading glasses so that he can get I think he's taking a piece out maybe.
all right, Lucas. So how do you know that this is not the PBA Tour? The biggest difference? Everybody's got reading glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
Fill out the score sheet. Let me get my glasses.
Should have one of those reading glass companies be the official sponsor of the PWBA 50 Tour.
As well as Aleve.
These guys are still in great shape, though. A lot of them work really hard to stay at the top of their game as they age.
A lot of talk about M. Leto and Brian Boston and their regiment, of course, and running miles a day. And Walter Ray lost some weight a couple of years back, and it takes a toll. Certainly, 5 games of practice is much different than 5 games of intense competition at a major, even. Multiply that by, this is their 5th day of bowling consecutively, and you throw in the mental part of it, and certainly for M. Leto today, actually really can wear you out. And Leto trying to hold off the charge from Rick Steelsmith here. Leto 28 pins ahead of Rick.
See, it'll be interesting to see who gets the number 3 seed. How this plays out in this last game, this last 8 frames or so. Lanto not so happy again. Crosses over for the Brooklyn strike. 8 frames to go in our final elimination match. Steelsmith has made up 10 pins on Amleto, so he trails him by 18 with 8 frames to go for the top spot in this final match. Monticelli with the double, though. Pushes his lead back to 28 on Steelsmith.
Lucas Steelsmith really has put up some big numbers since going to the elimination bracket. He's worked very hard now. I believe his 10th match. Maybe not so much on that shot. But 671, 703, 665, 750, 682, 721. And,
he must have been knocked into the elimination bracket pretty early, huh?
Yeah, he got the first win, and then he was sent packing. He shot 674, defeated Mark Lineberry, and then he faced Walter Ray in the next round of the winner's bracket. Walter Ray shot 704 to Rick 685. Remember, we talked about that
Tough
one
loss,
yesterday,
yeah.
where he had two opens in the final few frames, and Walter threw some strikes.
Nice conversion for Lanto. Picks up that 4-7-10. But yeah, Walter Ray came back and stole that match from Steelsmith at the end.
Rick certainly had a chance to shut down the defending champ, and perhaps that motivated him at that point, knowing that he should have and could have been there.
Look at the move that Walter Ray's made. He's moved a little bit left, and he's trying to put a little more on, a little spin on it. Seems like he's moved a little left to me. I don't know. He's definitely trying to play the lane a little bit more left to right than he was before. He was pretty direct before. Yeah, he's just gotten a little spinny with it, and it seems to be working. Steelsmith trying to rebound after one of his worst shots in the match, and follows it up with one of his best. Be sure to join us tomorrow at noon Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Central, for the stepladder finals of the USBC Senior Masters right here on Bowl TV.
Good shot by Walter Ray. Mixes him up for 3 in a row, and right now he's trying to just hold off Sam Lanto.
He's up by 68 on Lanto with 6 frames to go, so looking pretty good. But we saw Monticelli down by 70-plus pins against Edwards and come back to win in the last round, so you never know.
Right now on Bowl TV at home, Danielle D against the entire city of Wichita here.
Danielle's actually at work right now. Should be working. Big Amleto fan.
Steele Smith, of course, Wichita State alum. A storied program there, and
Just doesn't seem like it's going to be Sam Lanto's day in this match. Hate to write anybody off too early, but he's not really shown any signs of consistently good ball reaction like Monticelli or Steele Smith or Williams have. Looks like he's not going to give up. He looks like he's going to make a ball change.
it's never over. And
He's got to find a way to strike.
he saw that in 2 of his matches that came down to the 10th frame. So he's gonna fight. He's gonna check the bag and do everything he can to try to chase down Walter Ray.
All right, so with that strike, Steele Smith doubles and picks up. He's picked up 12 pins on Monticelli this game.
So another
Trails
thing-
just by 16.
Another thing we've seen here, none of these guys have really made a mistake here in this 3 games, really. Lanto had a couple bad shots early, but other than that, no splits. The breaks going their way.
Yeah, just a couple of opens between all 4 guys in this match, but the difference has been Lanto's inability to strike, while Williams gets breaks like that. Sam makes the ball change, looks a little better. Question is, too little too late. Sure seems like it.
I think in adding this shootout round to this event, making a little bit of excitement here late in the day, to have a 1 in or a 3 in whatever 4 chance
75% chance, yeah.
to make the show, you gotta like those odds pretty much. But somebody has to be the one out. It's just how it
Yeah.
works.
And right now, Lanto is in the last position by 80 pins with half a game to go. Looks like Steele Smith wants a re-rack. Pretty nice crowd here this evening to watch this final match. We'll hope that most of them show back up for the stepladder tomorrow. We hope that you will show up again for the stepladder tomorw at
Thanks,
noon.
Lucas.
I would love for you to be here, Matt.
I will be here. I believe I'll be giving up my seat to a much more knowledgeable and experienced person.
The rumor has it that Parker Bone III will be joining us tomorrow on the broadcast.
I would pick Parker over me 100% of the time as well.
Well, we've got Hall of Famers on the lanes. We might as well have a Hall of Famer in the booth as well. So hopefully Parker will be able to join us tomorrow to do the color commentary for the finals. What a great shot by Steele Smith. 3 in a row. And Steele Smith now within 6 pins of Monticelli for the leading position in this match.
Parker Bone also one of the victims in Steele Smith's run here.
Walter Ray, he could have hung in there for potentially the top spot in this match if he'd have struck out and gotten a little help. It's a little harder for him now, though. But what a stepladder finals we're going to have. Pete Weber, Brian Voss, Rick Steelsmith, Amleto Monticelli, and Walter Ray Williams Jr., it looks like. I'm not sure that it gets much better than that. Still up for grabs, though, is that number 3 seed in the stepladder. The bowler who wins this match will get that spot. And Steelsmith takes advantage of the break for the strike, 4 in a row, and he now has the lead in this match for the first time. Monticelli can snag it back with a strike, though, of his own here in the 7th. And Amleto takes that lead right back by just a few pins. Walter Ray having a little fun. Looks like Walter Ray's going to finish in the number 3 position in this match and take the number 5 seed for our stepladder.
Great week for Sam Lanto, though.
Excellent
Bowling well in
performance.
qualifying and just gutting out some matches along the way and using the format to his advantage. And really getting ready to make a name for himself now as a senior player.
Yeah, he had a great week. Just never really got matched up on this pair. And he's going to finish 6th.
Finish 6th, take home $2,500.
It's a nice payday. Steelsmith looking to take the lead back in this match. Wow, he has been really, really sharp here in this final elimination match. Now the pressure back on Amleto to take the lead back again. And he does. Amleto with a strike in the 8th. It's going to come down to the final couple of frames here to determine our number 3 seed.
I believe we have Rick's son sitting here next to us and watching about his 50th game of the week. And hoping for a couple more good ones tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we get started at 11 a.m. Central Time, noon Eastern with our stepladder. That will be broadcast here on Bowl TV, youtube.com/Bowl TV. That's where you'll be able to find it. All right, 9th frame. This time Amleto will go first. The last couple of frames, Steelsmith has gone before Amleto. Monticelli, another perfect strike. And now Steelsmith playing catch up again. Critical shot here for Steelsmith. Trying to stay within 6 pins of Monticelli heading into the 10th frame. Got it a little right. Hits the mixer to carry.
How good are these guys?
Man.
5 long days of competition, and they are throwing strikes. Putting on a show for the crowd here at the Schwabenheim Bowling Alley.
Monticelli and Steelsmith look especially sharp in this match.
And this will be our championship pair for tomorrow. We'll have the step ladder here.
Well, looks like Steelsmith is going to go before Amleto, so basically Amleto needs to match whatever Steelsmith does in the 10th to earn the number 3 seed, because there's 6 pins separating them. So if Steel Smith strikes here, Amleto will have to strike. And he does. Puts the pressure on Monticelli. Amleto must strike on this shot. If he does not strike, Steel Smith will be the number 3 seed. It's pretty good. Wow. These guys are unbelievable. What a treat to be able to watch this. I don't think Amleto realizes it's the 10th frame. Oh, yep, he does this time. Just went back to get his towel.
But don't tell him
No.
that this one
Yeah.
can all but lock up. This one ain't count.
Well, Steel Smith's going to go first. If Steel Smith doesn't strike here, Amleto will get the number 3 seed.
It's funny you say if Steel Smith doesn't strike.
He strikes all the time, but a 10-pin. What a great run by Steel Smith. And Amleto looks like he's going to just hang on if he gets a pretty good count here. Just need to put it in the pocket. And Amleto Monticelli can lock up the number 3 seed for the finals tomorrow. That looks pretty solid. Amleto Monticelli comes from 1 foot out the door here at Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley in the last couple of rounds to the number 3 seed for the show tomorrow. And what a performance in this match by these guys. Rick Steel Smith, 763. One of the highest totals we have seen in match play. And it's still not enough
So
to win this match.
And Leto told us when he missed that 10-pin earlier, he was nervous. Wonder how he's feeling right now.
He's feeling pretty elated and relieved, I would guess. Amleto Monticelli, 256, 779 here in the elimination finale. What a performance by these guys. And Walter Ray Williams Jr. can still strike out for 258, which would give him almost 720. I can't remember seeing one of these final elimination matches that was this high scoring. I mean, remember, earlier we watched Pete Weber and Brian Vosbull on this same pair on the Fresh, and it was not that high scoring of a match.
Yeah, 659, 618.
Right, and those were the guys who had the best look in the tournament. So as we close things out here, we want to thank you for tuning in and joining us this evening on Bull TV. We will be back with you tomorrow at noon Eastern Time with the Step Ladder Finals. So make sure you make it a point to tune in. It's going to be Pete Weber, your number 1 seed. Brian Voss, your number 2 seed. Amleto Monticelli, the number 3 seed. The number 4 seed will be Rick Steel Smith. And the number 5 seed will be Walter Ray Williams Jr. What a lineup we have for tomorrow. We'll give you the final tally here after the last shot by Walter Ray Williams Jr. A great performance this week by Sam Lanto. He's going to come up short, though, and finish 6th. And Walter Ray, final shot. So your final scores here in this match. 779 for Amleto Monticelli, 763 for Rick Steel Smith, 691 for Walter Ray Williams Jr., and 604 for Sam Lanto. As that brings to a close our bracket coverage here at the Senior Masters. The Stepladder Finals tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern here on Bowl TV. We hope that you will join us. That's going to do it for now from the Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. And you can follow Matt Cannizzaro at USBC Matt. Thanks for joining us here this evening. We look forward to seeing you right here on Bowl TV tomorrow at noon Eastern Time for the Stepladder Finals of the Senior Masters. Have a good night, everybody.
said you guys want to do visual practice. Well, we just did sushi last night. I said, well, I said maybe I can talk to him again. But, it's important. You guys been doing this. Sushi places are good.